B. Flintstone, yeah. Just went live. Bryce Allen, what's up? Nice.
Here, we find a set of Twitch advertisements in their natural environment. While disliked by many, their existence is vital to our natural world.
Hang on 1 second. Let's have one more thing to launch and then we can get going. Yeah, I had one of those Saturday. Not that I slept well, but I did have one of those Saturday. Yeah, we're going to do that tonight, AK. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay, I just have to restart the headset and then we can jump in and we'll get going. So I don't have any good liveries for this area, but we're in Yellowstone. I'll show you what we're flying tonight. Hang on. So this is the Airbus H145, and we're flying this Contra Costa County Fire Rescue one. Obviously, that's not in Yellowstone, but that's what we're going to start with. Let me get chat up here. It says we're connected, and let me check one other thing. We got to switch this back. Should be good to go. We'll get started here. And we'll take off and start flying. Crew and payload. Get rid of these guys. We'll take some more fuel. We'll grab a Bambi bucket. And we should be good.
Fire. Engine 1 fire. Fire. Engine 2 fire. Audio test.
All right. we got a good start on engine 1. Let's check this. Altitude's lining. Start engine 2. Looks like you guys are off to a great start. We already got 917 likes. Looks like there's 172 of you here right now. So if y'all hit it 5 more times, we'll crush that first goal. Be on our way up. I think we ended up with 60,000 the other night. We need to beat that goal. So we've got some time, but you guys better get to work. All right, engine 2 started, N1's at 71%, we're good there. Let's do our hydraulic test. And we're dropping on the right. Warning comes on. Switching over to 2. Dropping on the left. Warning comes on. Startup test is okay. Turn our SAS. Alright, prime pumps can go off, transfer pumps can go on. Get our lights on, prepared to go. Emergency exit signs. Co-pilot and pilot pitot static heat. Turn on our cargo hook. ECS can go on. Don't need wipers. Standby battery, avionics, master 1 and 2 are on. And I think we're good. Startup test is okay, pre-flight test is okay, cargo hook unloaded, landing light, and we're on idle. Acknowledge those messages. Hello. Booms, can't get enough of it. Now you want VR. It is so cool, dude. It's absolutely amazing. Let's check it one more time. Don't need receptacles. Lights are good. Good there. Startup test is okay. We already saw that. All right, we should have a mission here. This is a 145. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. I'll show you guys. This is the Contra Costa Fire Rescue livery. I don't have anything. We're in Yellowstone. This is West Yellowstone that we're taking off from. So I gotta see if I can find like a National Park Service one or make one. Dude. Yeah, so let me run through that real quick. You're going to a 130 this month. Can't wait. I am... Oh my god, you guys, we're already at 4,000 likes. Thanks for those gifts, you guys. Jay Kleemeyer. 55 roses and 2 finger hearts. Thanks, man. I know, I want autopilot on the 222 also. We were flying that for a little bit the other night. So, let me explain what we're in right now. This is the Hype Performance Group Airbus H145. That's awesome, the silos. So when you get the Airbus H145 by Hype Performance Group, you can buy the base model, and then there's the Action Pack add-on. Let me turn this FPS monitor off in my eye so you guys don't have to look at that either. Let's see, exit menu, sorry for that. So if we refresh this index, we're in the firefighting mission, and when you buy the action pack, you get this tablet here, which has the different missions and stuff in here. So I'm going to try and launch this Bambi Bucket Operations Yellowstone mission. There's no mission briefing written for it, but what should happen is somewhere here in the middle of Yellowstone National Park, on the other side of Yellowstone Lake, we've got a pretty sizable fire to go put out. So we are going to get ourselves airborne, and we are going to head over there and do that. We'll give him VMS. We'll take our NAV-D. The radios are inoperable, but we'll use them anyways. We'll pull up our map here. We'll pull up terrain. Let's do our TAWS and pivot. If we can, so she doesn't yell at us. But there is no Airbus H130 available. There's a H125, an H135, and the H145 right now. Doesn't mean that there won't be one eventually, but at the moment there is not. So I've been doing some tweaks with my settings and stuff. Hopefully we have some good visuals tonight, but let me check the outside, make sure we've got a Bambi bucket attached, which we do, and we will we'll take off. Now, Hype Performance Group has been talking. They have a new helicopter that they have not announced. It's a secret. We don't know what it's going to be yet, but it is entirely possible that they could come out with another Airbus. They have said that they want to go back and do the H135 and make it a full, like fully functional, fully featured payware aircraft, which will allow them to improve the systems in it. The one that they have right now is free. But we are going to engage our altitude hold and start our climb. I'm guessing we're going to have to get up to about 8. Show the Bambi again? Yeah, there's supposed to be some UH-60s coming out soon, but I don't know who is going to be doing those. So here's the Bambi bucket on the bottom. It's empty right now, and we will continue our climb. We should be able to spot, we're 17 minutes from the fire location, so I think I made the radius for this a little too large, but that's all right. Yeah, checklist is done. Our instrument gauges, caution and warning lights are all good. We got fuel. Where's Dutton Ranch? So, I want to fly up there. I actually have the Yellowstone H125. I made a livery for it. And if you didn't know this, a bunch of Yellowstone is actually filmed outside of Park City, Utah. And I think that's where the actual Yellowstone Ranch, like Dutton Ranch, is. But I want to find it and fly around there. I think it'd be kind of cool to see that. Was I ever able to get fireworks last night? You know, I ended up having to cut the stream short because I got called back to work. But when I was done with that, I came back and I wasn't really, I didn't do any downloads with it. I was messing with some settings. But once I got back, it was time for me to go to bed, so it's a pretty late night anyways. But I had something on my mind that I just had to get done, so I had to go do it. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 on PC. You guys can see the smoke off in the distance up there. We're still a ways away, but guys. We're almost to 8,000 likes. You're crushing it. Thanks so much for the views, the new follows, and the likes. I appreciate it. Yeah, so Sim Update 10, I think it was the 40th anniversary edition update that came out, added helicopters. The first two were the Gimbal G2, or the Gimbal Cabri G2, and the Bell 407. And then shortly after, some of the third-party devs started releasing them. So as of today, you can get the Airbus H125, the H135, the H145, the Bell 206B3. There's actually two vendors that have put third-party 206B3s in. Cohen Sim has a 206L3. There is a 222B, a Bell 407, and then there's an Alouette, which is phenomenal. I haven't flown it, but a lot of people that I associate with say that it's an awesome helicopter. And the same dev that's doing the that did the Alouette is doing it's a Bell 210, Bell 212. It'll have civilian and Huey versions of it. Yeah, there is a BK-117, but I would avoid that developer. I haven't personally flown it, but I've read the reviews, and a lot of people who spend a lot of time in helicopters say it's not worth it. Let's see if we can pull the sound down just a little bit here on that. Yeah, that's what I heard. Race Honda. But this one is absolutely fantastic. So I'm excited to see what they come out with next, because if you don't know, like if you're new to this stuff or you don't know a lot about helicopters, almost all of the other helicopters that are available in the sim, there's no simulator kind of native autopilot functionality for the helicopters. So you get into a 206 or a 407 or the Bell 222, where they may have like altitude hold or heading hold, and some of those different things. That it's not, those models of helicopter in this sim don't have any of that stuff simulated. But this Airbus H145 has all the flight controls simulated, including like right now I'm hands off on the cyclic and collective. I mean, I'm sitting here ready to adjust them if I need to, but I've got a speed bug there on the left tape. It's at 130 with our indicated airspeed hold engaged. You can see the IAS on the top over there. Our altitude is holding at 8,400, and we're actually going to continue to climb because we need to be up probably closer to 9. So I can engage this, put our altitude acquire at 9,020. We'll actually slow up a bit here, which will let the helicopter kind of pitch itself, and we're climbing at about 600 feet per second now. And then we're engaged with nav mode, so the waypoint that we're going to was automatically transferred into the computer from the mission system, and our GTN 750 has a waypoint, so we have a course line and the helicopter's following that. Yeah, there's not a lot of medevac choppers that are IFR capable because of the additional electronics. At least I know there are more and more of the 135s and 145s that are going into service, but the guys that I know that fly, they they tried to, their company tried to outfit Augusta 119s, but the weight limitations with all the extra equipment did not leave them enough room, so they're actually getting a 139 will be in service this year sometime. No, if I said if I said second, I meant minute. 600 feet per minute. Is available on the Oculus. You can fly in VR with Oculus. I started VR flying with an Oculus Quest 2 in Microsoft Flight Sim and DCS. It's possible. Lots of people do it. Yeah, if it was 600 feet a second, I'd probably be in a jet and pointed straight up. But oh yeah, sorry. Cohen Sim has MD500E, and then one of the other developers that did the Cessna 310, which is a really good twin-engine Cessna aircraft, came out with a 530. But my preference is for all of the Cohen Sim stuff. And there's one other really great developer, Got Friends. They make an experimental aircraft. It's the Mini 500. So it kind of looks like a 500E, but it's a single occupant experimental aircraft. It's a fun little helicopter to zip around with. What would the name of this? It's Microsoft Flight Sim. We're playing Microsoft Flight Sim on the PC. But to fly the firefighting and medevac missions, you need to be on PC right now. They do not. This H145 is not available on Xbox. Where do you get the missions? It's part of the Action Pack add-on. Scorpio King, thanks for those roses. I appreciate you guys. And oh my god, we're past 10,500 likes on our way to 12,000. You guys are rocking it. Yeah, so like Microsoft Flight Sim on PC, you could connect your Oculus to the PC, and I appreciate that, you guys. So we are just getting over Yellowstone Lake in Yellowstone National Park here. Once we get to the other side of the lake, we'll stop and pick up some water. I believe we set this one to be a large fire, so this isn't going to be like just pick up one bucket and drop it. We'll be here working for a little while. Joey Aviation Photography. What graphics card and GPU or CPU do I have? Right now, I have a Ryzen 5900X with 64 gigs of system memory, 64 gigs of RAM, and it's RGB, so I think you get like an extra 2 or 3 frames per second out of it because it blinks, but no, it's just 64 gigs of like 3600 megahertz DDR4, and then I have an RTX 4090 GPU. But with the settings the way that they are in the sim right now, I'm CPU bound. I can crank up the visual settings that the GPU would try to render, and it barely stresses it. So a lot of the limitations on my frames per second are with my CPU. But it's pretty stable tonight. It's running pretty well. I turned a couple things down and did some tweaks to it. So can you play using the Oculus? I have a full set of flight controls, which makes this flying the helicopter more manageable. I don't know if you can use the controllers in the cockpit. I know DCS supports that for like your throttle, and then you use the pointer to click on the buttons. I think you can use your controllers to click buttons, but I don't know if you can simulate flight controls like the collective and the cyclic with it. But I have a WinWing flight stick for the cyclic here. Purple collective down on the left hand side of my chair here, and then some pedals on the floor. I really wish TikTok Live had an API that you could tie into so that I could see all the stuff. I've got an integration with my Twitch chat bot to be able to see your guys' messages. 12,000 likes. You guys are rocking it. So I wrote a program. Poppy Plains, welcome. How was your stream? I saw you were flying the F-18. I have the Python library, and I wrote an application. My problem is in the VR headset, without using like FS Kneeboard or any of the other programs. I want to be able to have everything plug into my bot so that I can do sound alerts and messages and stuff like that. What heli is it? We're flying the Airbus H145. So we are gonna crest this little peninsula. Looks like our fire is over on the other shoreline. What was the previous like record? It took us about 3.5 hours, and we got to 60,000. So if we can get a big influx of viewers here, I mean, you guys are doing awesome sharing and liking and stuff like that. We can definitely break that record. What medevac mod do you have? Like the smoke over there. So this is the Airbus H145. The developer for Microsoft Flight Sim that makes this helicopter is called Hype Performance Group. And when you can buy the civilian and luxury variants of the helicopter to just fly around. Is that actually in the water? Wow. When we put this one out, we'll generate another one. We're just gonna it's supposed to be in the wooded area, but it just picks a random point in that circle, I guess. I didn't realize that it was in the water there. We're gonna disengage our upper modes here. I'm gonna take control of the helicopter. We'll start our descent down and pick up some water. But yeah, it's a little bit pricey, but what I will say is, in my personal opinion, I've flown almost all of these helicopters. This one is probably my all-time favorite out of all of them. It's really weird that that would be where it generates the fire for us, but I guess I'll have to do some tweaking to that mission thing. Take a look at it, but yeah. So for the base pack and the action pack, it is a little bit pricey, but it's one of the only helicopters that you get a ton of replayability out of, and it's not just like, oh, I'm going to jump in a helicopter and fly around. To be able to come in here and do missions. This is like a small fire, and it's supposed to be huge. But we'll take a look at that. I'm sure it's because it's in the water. We'll get this one put out quick and see what happens from here. So yeah, I mean, you got a point. It's a little spendy. I think it's on sale for $35 for the base pack, and then it's another $35 for the action pack. But so we got the Bambi bucket suspended underneath us here. When we get down to the water level, you'll see the icon on that tablet will turn yellow. That means our bucket is submerged. And then as we lift out here, we don't have all the lift that we had before because it actually simulates that the weight is added, so. Yeah, there's a freeware H135, and now there's an H125 that Cohensim released. But the 135 and the 125 don't have this mission system. Let's see if we can get
Thanks for the
ourselves
follow. Jaded Medic 96.
trimmed out. Jaded Medic, thanks for the follow. I'll see if I can go to the exterior view here and show you guys what the drop looks like. So when you pull the trigger, you start the drop. And obviously we missed a little bit there, but it might give us credit for some. Yeah, just a little bit. Jaded Medic, I think I said thanks for the follow. I appreciate that if I haven't yet. I'll probably tweak this mission. Maybe set up a couple zones and set them to a large fire. Make sure we get a large one started. Something that once it's set up, we can just fly around and do. Carson Anderson, is this the new Microsoft Flight Sim? No, this is the existing Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 or whatever the version of it. It's just supposed to be Microsoft Flight Sim, but everybody was calling it 2020, so it's not the new one yet. So if we can't get this one out quicker. Obviously, we wouldn't normally find a wildfire in the middle of the water here, but it's part of the mission generation system. You can set a radius and then have it pick a random point within the circle and create the fire there. Are there any good quality Hueys in Microsoft Flight Sim? Not yet, but as far as I know, there are at least 2, possibly 3 that are being developed right now. One is pretty close to being finished. I actually expect that he'll have some people doing some test flying, probably under NDA, so if I ever had the opportunity to do that, I don't know that I'd be able to share it until it's released, but can always hope that he needs some extra help testing some of the stuff out. DCS has a pretty good one, but nothing in Microsoft Flight Sim yet. There's supposed to be, I think, Blackbird Sims and TOG are both working on one. Oh, did we get it? That says return to base. Ben, do I have the Bell 407 yet? I don't really like it. Alright, I'm gonna just set our altitude to hold here. Heading hold on. I'm gonna hop out of the headset real quick and see if I can edit this mission. You guys won't see anything different, but All right, let's see if we can get back in the sim here. We're almost at 15,000 likes, you guys. That's awesome. All right, let's abort this one. We will pull up another mission here. We're 19 miles away. Perfect. Let's engage our nav mode and we'll fly over there. See the smoke in the distance over there. That way now. It's an 8-minute flight.
Thanks for the follow, Mixskip.
Mixskip, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can fix these sounds a little bit. Game sounds a little high. Events are a little low. Alright, it says there's 368 of you right now. If everybody hits the hits that like button 10 times, I think we'll be even closer to our record. Our record, or our goal tonight is to beat our previous record of 60,000 likes by the end of the night. So let's see if we can do it. Dive into the water? I prefer not to. Just a personal preference. But that's the smoke that we're going to. That's the fire that we're going to go extinguish. So if you guys are just joining us, we're in the H145 and we've got a Bambi bucket underneath our helicopter. So we're doing firefighting operations here. And we'll fly over there. We'll find a water source nearby and we'll scoop some Bambi bucket loads and drop them. I feel like the autopilot just disengaged on us. This one's 11 miles away, so it's not far. Yes, it's Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Thanks for all the follows, you guys. I appreciate that. Everybody that sent diamonds or followed or shared the stream, hit the like button. I appreciate it. Thank you. And if you're over here on Twitch and you got any questions, let me know. If you guys are watching the stream on TikTok, we're also live on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/BlueEcho. Some people like chilling and watching in the vertical aspect ratio. Some people want to come over and see it on Twitch. It's a little higher resolution and you get the widescreen view. You're welcome to come hang out in the Twitch chat too. How does the bucket affect drag? I mean, I don't know that you notice a lot right now when it's empty. It's just kind of flopping around down there. But when you fill it with water and you lift out of the, like when you dip down into the lake, you definitely feel the extra weight as you're climbing out. Why does everyone come into live chats and ask if the Earth is flat or round? I mean, go do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. I don't really care what you think. Yeah, this is a game. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 on the PC. How do you have wildfires in... so that stuff will come in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, but the Hype Performance Group Airbus H145 has an action pack add-on that has a mission system where they script events like this out, and you can do Bambi bucket drops. You can also do medevac flights. We were doing those last night on stream, where you generate, accidents, different scenes that you would fly to with the helicopter, and then your crew gets out, gets the patient, and you transfer them to the hospital. Addie, I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get in a flame war over who's cooler than who because you get paid to be a firefighter or not. We're just not gonna do that. I've been in the fire service since I was 18 years old, and whether you get a paycheck or you work on a full-time career department, doesn't make a difference to me. You're doing the same job and the fire burns you just as bad, whether you're in an inner city on a career department full-time, making a career out of it, or dropping everything that you have in your hometown to go and help your community doing that. So we're done with that discussion. I've been a medic since 2021. And I suppose, let's see, how many years is that now? 26 years in the fire service, and it's the same fucking job. Is Ector not real? Are you talking about this simulator that we're flying in? Yeah, I mean, this one goes 130 knots, so it takes a little while. We were a little ways away from it. But we're gonna have to find, so we've got water off to our right here. Let's take a look and see what else we've got. I don't see any other streams close to us, but we'll take a quick peek. And actually, I'm going to disengage the upper modes, and we'll take a peek over this ridge and see. Sometimes there's little ponds or lakes that you can see, but I think we're going to be flying back to the big lake over there. I'm not seeing any other water sources. Yeah, see, like the AFCS was fighting me there for a second. That might be water right down here. I don't know if it's going to detect it. Handsome Liberal, there's nobody to talk to right now. We VATSIM, the only simulated, ATC type of thing that you would have in here. They let you do medevac stuff, and you can coordinate with the controllers doing medevac flights from your base to the scene and to the hospital and then back to your base. But search and rescue and firefighting stuff, they don't, because those are considered special special airspaces with extra rules that would just fuck up everybody else's experience trying to fly VATSIM, so I gotta fix that so it tells me what was gifted. Somebody just gifted something. Keith Wheeler just sent a rose. Thanks, man. Alpha Blitz asked if I play with controls or what I have. So I have a Windwing F-16EX flight stick, a Virpil Collective, Virpil pedals, and that's what I use when I'm flying the helicopter. Now, if I'm flying a GA aircraft, I have a Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo that I fly those with. And if I'm in DCS or flying a jet, I use the F-16 stick, and I have an F-18 throttle that goes along with it. Outside view, I can do that. Can't really give you any other view right now because I'm still flying, and I always get disoriented when I'm not in the first person or third person right outside the back of the helicopter, and I end up messing my control inputs up. It's me, Mario. This is a simulator. You're right. Congratulations, you get the cookie. Glad you told us all, though, in case anybody had any doubt. Especially since the stream title when you join says we're flying Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we're in the gaming section. Oh my god. You guys are crushing those likes. How far are the Tetons from you? Well, we are... Let me zoom out and show you. So Yellowstone Lake is the big lake here. I think this is Old Faithful. So Grand Tetons are going to be off in that direction. When we circle around, I'll see if I can't give you a better view of them. But we're going to come in here, get myself on course. See if I can give you guys an exterior view without crashing. It's always hard to do that because I have to move my... Chase Dubs
Thanks
1,
for the
thanks
follow.
for the follow.
Chase_Dubs 1.
So if we look...
Thanks for the follow. Lucid 7142.
Well, so the Tetons are going to be off our tail. We'll have to watch for them when we come in the next time. So it's Microsoft Flight Sim on the PC. Thanks everybody for the shares and likes. We're over 20,000 likes now. We got to get over 60,000 tonight. That was our goal last stream, and we hit it. So tonight we got to beat that last one. I want to look at this stream as we fly over. I think it's just the terrain. Sometimes Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't recognize the water correctly. So I think we do have to keep flying back over to the lake to grab more buckets. But I mentioned our speed, so the AFCS gets really mad at you. We were pushing 135, 140, and it really has a hard time getting you kind of leveled out and holding your speed at that. So if it looks kind of unstable, it's because the computer is actually fighting me You know, I don't know what the gallonage is on this Bambi bucket. I'd have to go look because there's a couple of the bigger helicopters that will carry the larger of the two. I think this one's maybe 300 gallons. There's some larger ones, but I mean I could be way off with the capacity of this one. It might even be less than that. Scoot, we're doing some aerial firefighting in the helicopter here in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. So we just picked up, we just scooped up some water in our Bambi bucket there. We're gonna fly back over to this fire and drop it. Yeah, Scoot, you can, I mean, there's some applications that you can do like NeoFly and On-Air Virtual Airline Manager that give you sightseeing missions to fly or different things like that. But the Hype Performance Group Airbus H145, this helicopter that we're flying, it's a third-party add-on helicopter for Microsoft Flight Sim. They're one of the only ones that, well, they're the only one that I know of that has a fully integrated mission system where they actually script in like fire and smoke, you know, medevac patients and stuff like that for their medevac missions. So it's an additional cost. So you have to buy the base helicopter and then you buy the action pack add-on. And that adds the additional mission scripting and stuff like that. We're gonna start our drop right here. Got 164 for that one, so that was actually a really good drop. Is that Detroit? Yeah. 8 Mile Road is right over there. If you look in the distance, you can see Lions Stadium. It's right over there next to that patch of clouds. Is that Yellowstone erupting? No. If Yellowstone erupted, I wouldn't be flying anywhere. I'd be flying as far away from it as I possibly could. Since they're saying, like, if that ever happened, it'd be like one of those end of days type of situations. I wonder if that lake, I think that lake that's behind us is actually a little closer. PBNDL, it's Microsoft Flight Sim, and I changed the time to daytime so that you guys can see what's going on. So one of the cool things about this as well, you know, this situation is a local mission that I'm flying from the tablet here. I actually picked my destination to take off from, or where I took off from, and flew from West Yellowstone over to this location, actually to another one right around the corner, but oh, okay. Kay said I have to stop telling you guys that this is a simulator and just capitalize on the fact that we'll get a lot more viewers, likes, clicks, and diamonds if people think there's a chance I might actually crash. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, so we took off from West Yellowstone. I created this mission, and we're flying over here to put out this fire. But you can actually, if you have friends that have this on PC as well, you can actually do multiplayer missions where you guys load into the multiplayer mission. It generates the stuff that's in, it's synced with the server between your like tablets, and so then what you see in your sim is the same thing that your friends would see. So you can do a couple of scenarios where, like, earthquakes, where there's fires at buildings and car accidents, people who are injured, and you can have, you know, a couple people flying firefighting missions, a couple people flying medevacs, and you get to zoom around and work on the same objectives together, which I think is super cool. $24,000 likes, you guys. You're crushing it. Does that say up on the top? 470 viewers right now. That's sick. You guys are insane. No, this is Microsoft Flight Sim. El Dispatcher. Can I show the outside of the helicopter? Yes, I can. I don't know if you guys can see all that. But we're carrying the bucket underneath with water, and then yeah, it's just it's a satchel. It's not a purse. It's very sensitive about the right terminology. You gotta. Alright, starting our drop right here. That was another good one. 132. Can you use a plane? Sigma. That's a long story. So the developer of this came up with a mod for the 747 that turns it into the super tanker. If you've ever seen that, it drops water or fire retardant. But they've had to temporarily suspend their sales of it while they work through some stuff. It's not going to be enough water. Well, that's the point. It's, you know, multiple. These are, you can load in and just do some flying, you know, drop down, pick up some water, fly back over, do another drop. These ones are actually kind of fun to, you really get used to the handling of the helicopter. In some previous builds, when they were doing some testing of the handling of the helicopter, it feels pretty solid right now, but there were some times when you could really kind of manhandle the helicopter and put it into some situations that it handled really well for doing this type of stuff, but it was kind of unrealistic.
Their existence is vital to a natural world.
But it was a lot of fun to come. Yeah, see, we just had a rotor RPM warning. Okay, I think that was you. What'd you do? What's the name of the mod? So this is the Hype Performance Group Airbus H145. It's available for Microsoft Flight Sim, but you need to have the You need to have the sim on PC to run this one. It does not work on Xbox right now. Twitch, you guys should be back. The ad break should be over. Appreciate your patience with that. It's Twitch. I mean, what do you do? Thanks everybody for the shares and the likes on TikTok. Had a couple gifters tonight. I appreciate that too. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. That is a forest fire. You hope John Dutton's okay? Yeah, he's fine. So somebody was asking about the Tetons. They're back that way. And Jim Shepard says photoshopped. Yes. I'm just really fast with my Photoshop skills. Yeah, McGinger, it's an add-on mission system mod for this helicopter specifically. Mr. John, thanks for the ropes. So when we dunk the bucket, the icon turns yellow to show us or to tell us that it's in the water. And then as we lift out, you can see that icon in the top left of the tablet turns blue. Can you get it on console? Because I know you can get the helicopter. Do they have the Airbus H145 on Xbox right now though? I didn't think it was available there yet. I think they want to bring it to Xbox at some point, but you probably won't have the ability to do custom missions like this. To be honest, I should probably ask those guys about it, because a lot of people ask me, and if they are still planning on bringing it to console, I would not want to give you guys misinformation, but as far as I know, it's not available on Xbox yet. It could be. We have 55 minutes of fuel. We are going to have to... I don't know that we're going to get this one put out before we refuel. It's not this one, it's the one that looks like it. Are you talking about the BK-117? If you are, not the same, and I would... My personal opinion is I would avoid that. Alright, starting the drop. What I should do is check and see what we have for nearest. We'll do one more drop, and then we're going to head over to the Old Faithful Ranger Station. Limp Noodle, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Can you see how the water hit? Yeah, so each drop you get a score, and if you hit what it perceives as the... If you hit the spots where the fire's actively burning, you get credit for it. And so you can see if you do a drop and you get like 5 points, you know that you mostly missed it. But and technically, if I zoom way in where that fire icon is on the map, you can see how many active spots of fire there still are there, but I tend to just leave it zoomed out for our purposes. So we'll assume that at the ranger station over there they have fuel for us, because I don't know that I don't know our closest airfield aside from that probably down by West Yellowstone up there, past this ranger station we're going to, or down by Teton. Can I show the water release? Yeah. Yeah, we'll get ourselves kind of leveled out and on a heading hold, and then that way I won't ram us into the ground if I change the perspective while I'm flying. Sometimes I turn left when I was supposed to turn right, or end up banking too rapidly. Doesn't really work well, as much as you guys would like to see me. What I'd really love to do, and I have to do some additional work to figure out how to do this, but Papa Mish. How are you? What I want to do is set it up so that if you guys gift above a certain level, you guys could like trigger an engine fire or have an engine failure or something like that, because they were asking about that in one of the other streams where they're like, well, does this helicopter actually have failures and stuff like that? And
Thanks
yes.
for the follow, Ryan Griggs.
All right, let's see if we can't line this up here. And we'll start our drop. We didn't get all of it, but we hit some of it. Does the heat affect the helicopter above the fire? Something small like this, I'm sure that it could a little bit, but I mean, a big enough fire and you're not going to be flying a helicopter over this because they create their own weather. But all right, we have 45 minutes of fuel. Let's head back for that ranger station. We'll land over there and fuel ourselves up. We'll have to come back and finish this one. It's probably only another couple drops, but 2020. So altitude holds in at 92.75-ish. Indicated airspeed. Yeah, it is. But I think a lot of people are genuinely curious because they are surprised to see that you can fly missions in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. You guys are crushing it. Almost 32,000 likes on TikTok. We'll give it a second here for our course line to intersect with our current heading, and then I'll engage nav mode. It'll fly us on our course line, then back to the Yellowstone Ranger Station. Billy Hale, just a hobby. But I do want to start working on my PPL. I'll start with general aviation aircraft though, and then someday maybe I'll do rotorcraft. It's just so expensive. It does seem a little bit early for that. Somebody asked if I ever run out of fuel. Not in this helicopter, but I feel like somebody should post that meme. Actually, with the balding guy with glasses. Actually, I did run out of fuel in the Bell 222B on the actual apron of the airport. So I landed, got off of the runway onto the taxiway, just made it to the unrestricted or uncontrolled space off the taxiway, and my engines died. And I did not see it coming either. I didn't really pay attention to it well enough to know that was coming. Is this the same version for Xbox? So it's Microsoft Flight Sim. It's the same game, but this particular mod or third-party aircraft is not available on the Xbox, as far as I know. It's PC only. So this is Grand Loop Road. There's Old Faithful. And I have to see what we have for an LZ. For the ranger station, because I thought there's a helipad out here. But we might have to circle a little bit to find it. That's what we get. That's our landing pad. I'm just happy they actually marked these. See the text on that dark background. What airspace is defined over Yellowstone? I don't know. The PMS 750 doesn't give me all those other definitions that would be there. And since we're just having fun flying around doing some missions, I'm not really worried about all that stuff. Oh, no, I don't have ForeFlight. What else do we have in here? There might be some... What else is here? I can pull up Navgraph. I think. The tablet version that's in here is not supported. We can pull this up and look at it. So that's part of the airway segment. This. I don't know if it's going to show me that. Doesn't like me for some reason tonight. Somebody just gifted. Hang on. Sorry. I don't know that we have a designated airspace over this. I think there's one over here by West Yellowstone. Wanted to tell me something there. Oh, that's just the DME. Yeah, it won't show me. I don't know. I could look it up in other ways, but it's kind of hard when I'm in the VR headset from here. Am I going to shut it down? No, we still got to go put that fire out. We got 275 viewers. Barbara just sent a rose. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Where are we at for likes? We just passed 36,000. You guys are crushing it. Alright, let's get rid of that. We will find our fire location again. And we're going to head back there. Engines are in flight mode. Guards are engaged. We have 2 hours and 22 minutes worth of fuel now, so we're ready to go. On our way out, we'll take a circle around Old Faithful and the visitor center here. Let you guys take a look around. mean, I don't know about you, but if I was visiting Old Faithful and the helicopter came in, took off from the ranger station and flew right past it, and I was able to get a picture of Old Faithful with a helicopter flying through, I think that'd be pretty sweet. Probably wouldn't happen in real life, but try and find a good spot for that. So. Time for a barrel roll. No. No, thank you. We've gotten 199 new followers tonight. I appreciate that, you guys. Let's take a look at some of the other stats. We're almost at 38,000 likes. Trying to get to 60. We're trying to break 60K. We hit 60K last stream, so if we can get above that at the end of the stream tonight, we'll have accomplished our goal. It says we've got 304 viewers right now on TikTok. Why isn't the smoke white? Black smoke is usually a structure fire. Yeah. Lee, we're gonna go grab some water from this lake over here in our Bambi bucket. And we're gonna drop it on that fire. So somebody asked why the smoke is black. One of the limitations of Microsoft Flight Sim is any of the things that you want to have in here, like emergency vehicles, crashed cars, motorcycles that have been in an accident, a crashed plane, any of those different modeled assets need to be added in and loaded into the sim. In this case, the Height Performance Group devs utilized some assets that are in the game, such as a large plume of black smoke, smaller plumes of black smoke that were part of the Maverick add-on pack, where I don't know, you could fly the F-18 and it had some resources and stuff like that for you to fly around. So they're reusing some of the assets that are currently in the game. And they use that one because it's default loaded in, and if you download the Maverick pack on Xbox, they could use that, and it doesn't require an additional asset for them to load in. Yeah, I know Xbox is kind of limited in that regard, but you know, at the same time, there's a lot of screwing around that PC flight sim people have to deal with, that Xbox just turns it on and flies. So if you're really into it though, I mean, if you're gonna get flight controls and have a HOTAS setup and, you know, GA aircraft yoke and stuff like that to fly, those things are becoming available now for Xbox, whereas they used to not be. So it's catching up, but they're also limited to the performance specs of those Xboxes, and even the fastest Xbox is a couple years old now, so can't quite keep up with all the requirements that it takes to do this. So yeah, I mean, a few years ago you couldn't get any of that crap though for Xbox. Like, I love that the developers are making stuff like that part of, you know, their offerings now. Because what I think isn't there a Turtle Beach yoke and throttle if the honeycomb stuff is not Xbox compatible yet, it will be. I think they're actually getting ready to release a hub that would let you put multiple devices in to the connection to the Xbox to be able to do a bunch of stuff like that. So we are definitely heavier with all that fuel and the water. You can feel it climbing out there. Did not we did not have the same lift power that we did when we were picking up water on a nearly empty tank. I have a RTX 4090 graphics card. So, let's see if we can't line ourselves up here and show you guys what this looks like from the exterior view again. I always miss it just a little bit to the right. We got another gift. I gotta check that out. Sorry, I don't have that set up to post in the chat with what you gifted, but Rowdy, thank you for that gift. Appreciate you. That is one thing I'm going to fix tonight. Right now it just says gift. It's supposed to say Rowdy just gifted 1 rose, or Rowdy gifted 500 roses. Whatever the gift is. But flying this in VR is one of the coolest things that I've tried and done. This is Big Ginger, thanks for being here. I appreciate the questions and having a little chat. Come back next time. Wonder how many fish you catch? I don't know. Mike, I don't know how big this one is. My guess is it's 300, but H, thanks for that rose. Appreciate it. .2 fish? How do you get like 0.2 fish then? Oh. Yeah. Ben, so we have a Bambi bucket we have to dunk into the water. Oh. What happens to the other 0.2? Because it's an average. Oh, okay. So one poor sap only gets the 0.2? Big Okie asked your next question. Whereabout is this fire? Hunter, no. This is, so we're flying around Yellowstone National Park. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. We're flying the Airbus H145 helicopter. And we're doing Bambi bucket drops on a fire out here to extinguish it. If I'm lucky, we'll hit these two hot spots with this drop right here, dropping now, and we'll actually extinguish this fire. If I'm unlucky, which is what usually happens, I missed it a little bit. I think we got most of it, but there's still a little bit left. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. How far is the tank from the helicopter? Might have been late, Jordan, yeah. So it's just on the end of a little cargo rope there. So you do have to get down pretty close to the surface of the water to dunk it, pick up some. Head up to Quebec while I'm out there, yeah. Although I don't think the virtual water drops are going to actually do anything to help their situation. Show you the dunk. Yeah, like when it goes down in the water. I'll try. If I get myself in a hover over the water, I can go to third person view. Actually, if I get this reset to behind. I can't fly in third person. For some reason, I have a mental block. Like old warbirds, like P-51s and stuff like that. Yeah, I do. The good stuff? Yeah, I do. I've actually never really flown those in Microsoft Flight Sim or DCS, so I tried flying the P-51 when I first got it. P-51. I know. Doesn't mean that I know how to do them. I think whatever the issue was with like the P-51 was that I didn't have my controls bound correctly, and it made it very difficult to get used to. But I could jump into an F-18, fire up the systems, load up a bunch of air-to-air and air-to-ground armament, and fly missions and program waypoints. And for some reason, I was able to figure out all the computer-controlled stuff, the analog crap. They found a scuba diver. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but the question is, did they pick him up in a Bambi bucket and drop him, or was he scooped up in like a single engine air tanker that came down? And I'm assuming that the answer was he was scooped up in a large Bambi bucket, if that urban legend is even true. But I don't know. Is it? I thought that was just an old wives' tale. Alright, so it appears there's one small fire left. We're gonna see if we can slow down, get over the top of it, hit it directly with a drop like this. Okay, it says return to base. So we've extinguished the fire. You guys are over 40,000 likes already. You know what that means. We need to keep going. So I'll show you guys how this mission system works. If we go into the mission library, since this one's done, the only thing that would be left for us to do would be to fly back to West Yellowstone Airfield and land. We're going to abort this mission. But you come in here into the map, and you hit mission library, and then you can do HPG missions. We could do a nearby fire, which is one of the default ones. You can actually go pull up like the government website for like National Wildfire something. It's basically the fires that are located on NCWeb. Or like this one was one that I did because I wanted it to be in Yellowstone Park here. I created a mission that generates a fire somewhere in Yellowstone. Now in this case, it might have put one right back in that spot that we were in. Microsoft Flight Sim. So it's not the exact same spot, but I'll abort that one. Let's see if it gives us a different location here. Okay, you can see the smoke up there on the edge of the water. We're gonna head over to that one, which is good because it's actually a little closer to West Yellowstone when we have to go land. Unchained, yeah, this is Microsoft Flight Sim. Do I have a hologram viewer? I don't understand the question. We're flying in virtual reality. Is that what you're asking? This one's nice because it's a little closer to the water, so we'll be able to drop down and pick up Bambi bucket loads. Oh, the Twitch chat looks like it's a hologram. So it's just it's a panel that I can have inside the cockpit here. Move it to where I want it. Maybe we can put it right there. I don't have a good way to get like the TikTok live stuff in here, so it's kind of a roundabout way of doing it, but we're live on Twitch and we're live on TikTok, and I have an application that runs and connects to the TikTok chat, and then when you guys chat or send gifts or follow or share the stream, I get little sounds, and it's kind of like using the VR Quest. It's a HP Reverb G2. Start our descent down closer to the fire. Guessing. Like 8,700 will be a good spot to shoot for now. Benjamin, how often do I go live? Depends on the week, depends on my work schedule and all that, and what else we got going on, but I try to stream a couple nights a week. Usually if I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm going to go live on TikTok as well, because, I mean, you guys have been doing a phenomenal job and making it fun and worthwhile and chatting. I mean, 4090. Yeah, we have 260 viewers on TikTok right now. You guys have liked the stream 40,000 times. We're almost to 42,000 likes. We got 75 diamonds so far and 240 new followers. Well, it's not just that. I know there are people that can run their HP Reverb G2 with a lower graphics card than I have, but mine's actually CPU bound. So flying in the VR headset with my Reverb G2, it's the CPU that is throttling my frame rate. So that's a wildfire that we just flew. You should get really good performance with a 3080 and a 12900. Yeah, it happens to everybody. There's some stuff you can do with your settings, though, to make it run a little more efficient. Yeah. Sometimes you have to. Every time a new sim update and graphics driver comes out, just to see what they screwed up. Pop, pop. Yeah, I know a lot of people have. It's understandable. Yeah, so I'm running a 5900X and a 4090 with 64 gigs of RAM. The 4090 lets me turn some of the settings up, but yeah, and a lot of people find that that's the best. I don't mind it, but flying helicopters, so I don't have a track IR. I have an AIM XYZ head tracker. It's a camera-based one, kind of like the Toby. So it makes a difference. But yeah, I understand your frustration. I've spent countless hours and days and nights. Jim Shepard, looks fake is fake. Thank you for that astute observation. It literally says in the stream title that we're in the gaming section and the game is Microsoft Flight Sim. And when you join the stream, it says a little about me, including the fact that we're in Microsoft Flight Sim. Well, yeah, and you're right. I mean, I would say if you're running a 5900X in Microsoft Flight Sim, even going to like a 5800 X3D, you would see an FPS increase. If you're going to upgrade your computer at some point, you could go to the 7800 X3D. It requires a new motherboard and DDR5 RAM, so it's not a cheap upgrade by any means, but the 3D V-Cache does wonders for Microsoft Flight Sim and the FPS generation. So none of them are cheap solutions, but even switching from a 5900X to a 5800 X3D, you know, for $250, you could get something that might tide you over for a while. I run into the same problem. My frame drops are because of my CPU. It's not just you. A lot of that is luck. Yeah, so here's what I'll say about that. Like with OBS, I have a plugin that captures the OpenXR.
Thanks for the follow, Populish.
Starting the drop right here. I have a plugin that runs in OBS that captures the VR video stream inline, so it jumps in the middle of the video pipeline from the computer to the headset, and it takes that 3000 by 3000. I'm doing some upscaling in there, so it takes that image and brings it into OBS. So if I just add that to an OBS 1920 by 1080 scene, it's way bigger than the actual canvas. So I actually shrink it down widthwise to fit and then center it vertically. And so you guys see basically where my eyes are looking. And then to add to that or compound to the problem, when I'm streaming on TikTok, it takes that widescreen 1920 by 1080 and cuts the center section of it out into the vertical aspect ratio. So they're only seeing the very middle of the rendered scene, only in the very middle vertically of the rendered scene also. But they both still look pretty good because it's capturing such a high resolution source for the video. That's one of the main reasons that I can get the clarity. She's heavy. Yeah, that's one of the things that the graphics card, that one hits the GPU. So most of the GPU settings I can crank up pretty high. There's a couple of the level of detail, like terrain level of detail and object level of detail, that I have just set at 100. Because those really hit the CPU hard. But I do that to try and keep the frame rates up. If I can run 45 in the headset, it feels really good. Like, you don't get any sort of motion sickness or any glitchiness in the headset, which it actually makes it harder to fly the helicopter when you get some of that. Checkers screen of black and purple on your PC. You're talking about in Microsoft Flight Sim? Jacob, I don't know what you're describing or talking about. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Sorry, Twitch, there's a little ad break coming up.
Here, we find a set of Twitch advertisements in their natural environment. While disliked by many, their existence is vital to our natural world.
Yeah, anytime you download mods or do anything like that, if something like that happens, I would start by uninstalling it, because a lot of times they overwrite stuff and it's looking for things that you're not going to be able to find, specifically for something like Half-Life Alyx. So we are going to have to go back and hit that little spot there. Yes. Totally can. you totally can. Trying to think of how to demonstrate that for you guys. So, okay, if I fly, I'm gonna get to, okay, so we're basically flying level right now. If I crank this up to like 65%, see how fast we're climbing up? We're almost 2,400, 2,500 feet per minute. I'm gonna climb pretty fast there. Watch what happens when I dip down here and pick up a bucket. We can dip down here, kind of level out once we pick up that weight. If we put it up at like 65 to 70%, you'll see that we're barely climbing out. That's the added weight. See, we just added like almost 1,900 pounds to our, oh shit, it was more than that. Or maybe like 1,600 pounds. You can feel it. We're at 70% torque right now, or 70% on our collective. And we're climbing at 500 feet per minute. Will this work on an iMac? I don't think so. You might be able to do some of the stuff, like press buttons with the pointers in VR, but I don't. You can't like do your flight controls and stuff, as far as I know. I've actually never tried it because I have a collective and pedals. That's what I fly with. Yeah, I've played DCS. Yeah, so fly the Huey and the Apache helicopters in DCS, and then the A-10 Warthog, the F-18, the F-16, the F-15, F-14, pretty much all the U.S. aircraft. I never really got into like the Russian aircraft at all. MiGs or SU, whatever. Helicopters are kind of my thing. Well, I mean, it's the thing I like the most. Never said I was any good at the DCS helicopters. I used to be pretty good at the Apache, and then the guys that I was flying with most frequently, we kind of go in and work on some mission stuff, custom missions for the servers, and I don't know, they're gluttons for punishment because they've got the fucking AI settings so goddamn high you can't even fly. That's one of the reasons I got back into Microsoft Flight Sim, is I'd get in the Apache, get everything set up, and go out and start finding targets and launching, missiles at them, and get a couple Mavericks loose, and then they'd just turn around and hit me with a SAM from like 10 kilometers away, and it's like, well, I can't even get close enough to take you out, so this is stupid. What GPU? RTX 4090. Shane, this is Microsoft Flight Sim. And Shane, the Apache is DCS World. Michelle with 1L just shared the stream. Thank you. Yeah, we've been doing awesome. Consistently around 200 viewers the whole time, you guys. You're doing great. New
Thanks for the
follower?
follow. SSV_op.
SSV Rob, thank you. Where are we at? 42,000 likes. We got to get over 60,000 tonight, you guys. Share the stream. Like the stream. Follow the stream. SSV Rob VR. HP Reverb G2. And smash that like button. How long does each mission take? It depends. I knew we were going to be flying for a couple hours tonight, so we've put out 3 of these fires in the Yellowstone area, but I set them to be very large wildfires, so the point total that you need to fully extinguish them is pretty high, which means you have to hit quite a bit of the... there's a lot of little fires that are in the area that you have to get a drop on top of, which it just prolongs it, makes it a little more fun. Have to adjust the volume on that one. Tyson just sent a donut. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are enjoying it, please come back and catch another one. We do the firefighting missions like this. Every once in a while we'll do just kind of some random other helicopters in Microsoft Flight Sim, but the other thing that we do with this high performance group Airbus H145 is the medevac missions that are in here. So you can actually fly like life flight medevac missions with this helicopter, which is super cool. We're gonna start our drop right here. Let's see what we get for a score. That was another good one, 229. Tyson. That's awesome. I've been in the fire service for 26 years. I've been a paramedic for 22. This, in Microsoft Flight Sim, is one of my hobbies. Richie just sent a heart me. Thanks, man. Yeah, so we're streaming live on Twitch. We're streaming live on TikTok. We usually go live on both. I end up spending more time answering questions on TikTok, and because there's a lot of discoverability in people who haven't seen this before, so everybody comes in with great questions, which is awesome. Focus Kid, this is a sim, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and it is a ton of fun. It kind of breaks up. I mean, there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with Microsoft Flight Sim. And I like flying, you know, Cessnas and GA aircraft and twin engine planes and doing flight plans and different stuff like that. But this, with the mission system, who did that? We're gonna crash. Somebody just sent a bigger gift. I love that sound. Okay, you can't make me crash because I'm trying to see who it was. Captain Hawkeye's hangar. You're flying the Spitfire around the world. You are a daring person. Let me just thank somebody who sent a money gun. That's their first gift to the channel. Thank you. That's very generous, and I'm very appreciative. I started an around the world tour to give me something to do, and I started in a Cessna 310 from around Vancouver, Canada. Flew down the west coast through Washington, Oregon, and California into Mexico, then down into Central America, down through South America. From the southernmost tip of South America, I flew down to Antarctica, landed, refueled, turned around, flew back up on the eastern coastline of South America, and then made it up to like the US and British Virgin Islands, hitting every single country along the way. So I'm doing a world tour, but I've only gotten from Canada through Central and South America, and I'm just about to come back up into North America. At some point, we'll finish our flights from kind of like Puerto Rico, Cuba, up into the Florida Keys, and hit some of the other islands and countries as we make our way up that way. But then we'll follow up the East Coast. That one I usually do off stream because it's fun to just load up the sim, come up with a flight plan, pick a couple airports to fly to, and do those. But we were talking about so it is. Yes, it is. The other one that I really love, it's become kind of my favorite GA aircraft in the sim, is the is it FlySimware's Cessna 414 AW, the Chancellor. That one is phenomenal. It's a great plane. So those two are probably, well, I shouldn't say they're my favorite. So the Analog King Air, Black Square mod, the Analog Baron, the Analog Bonanza, those, in addition to the 414 and the 310, are like my favorite, like top 5 aircraft for GA aircraft. I don't really get into the big tubes, I'm not really into all that, but I spend most of my time in helicopters. Yeah, I don't have any of them, but it's not because I don't want them. I just didn't want to. Oh, we just got it. We just got the return to base. Let's go circle here and check this out. How are we doing on fuel? We got an hour of fuel. Make sure it's out. Smoke's clearing. All right, let's head back to West Yellowstone. And we'll continue our discussion once I get myself. I think 9,200 is probably a good altitude. We'll just hold here. Correct our heading. So what I said with the Pipers is until I start taking flight lessons where I might be flying a Piper, I want to wait and get one that would match the model for the flying club that I'm looking at joining, if I do it. So I kind of said I'm going to wait a little while and not worry about that yet. Let's see if we can. We'll set our speed bug at 130. Our altitude is at 9,200. It should be fine. Somebody asked what I used for my controllers. So for my flight stick right here, I have a Windwing F-16EX flight stick that I use as the cyclic. It's on a Predator mount attached to my desk, and it sits centrally located, same place where this cyclic is. On my chair to the left, I have a Virpil collective with a Constellation Alpha left-handed grip mounted to it, which is not something that they advertise, but you can actually do it. It's got a couple more buttons than the UH-61 would have. The only problem with it is it's angled, and so you have to mount the collective a little bit lower. So I did a little modification and added an additional piece of, like, what is it, like 2040 aluminum channel or something like that, or 2060, to set it back a little farther and bring it down so that the angle is the proper angle for rotating with the angle of the grip. And then I have a set of Virpil pedals, so that's what I use for helicopters. And then if I'm flying jets and DCS, I have the flight stick, the Windwing F-16 stick, and then an F-18 throttle from Windwing that sits on the left-hand side where the F-18 throttle would normally be. And if I'm flying GA aircraft or the Cessnas and stuff that we were talking about, I have a Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo for the throttle and yoke. So kind of a variety. Pictures and specifications would be handy. I have a full listing of them, I believe, in the description on my Twitch channel in one of the panels. Otherwise, if you have Discord, if you have Discord and you come over to the Twitch stream, I have a section in my Discord that has my VR settings, how I set it up to record with OBS, and a full list of my hardware. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. And Carson Anderson's back. Welcome back. Yeah, you guys are amazing. We're at 42,000 likes. Going for 60. We got to break 60 tonight. That was our goal. I suppose I should get our heading back on course with where we're actually headed to. You wish I knew what I was talking about. It takes some research, it takes some time to get used to all this, but you know, like if you picture this stick that's right here in front of me in VR that I'm looking at, like I have a joystick that's mounted to the desk right there. That's the Windwing one. If you search for Windwing, like HOTUS, they have a couple different types of flight sticks with the different button configurations and a couple different throttles. For a long time, I flew helicopters and general aviation aircraft with a flight stick. I didn't have a yoke. You don't need it, but it does help some. Jordan, so if you go to hypeperformancegroup.com, they are the ones that sell this third-party add-on helicopter for Microsoft Flight Sim on PC. You have to have the PC version right now. It's not available on Xbox. But when you buy the base pack, you get the civilian, luxury, and military variants of this helicopter. And then they have an additional purchase called the Action Pack. And that unlocks the firefighting, the medevac, and the cargo variants of the helicopter. When you add that Action Pack, then you can do custom missions like the firefighting stuff that we're doing right now. But you have to have PC. Discord? Do you know what Discord is? If you just Google Winwing, like WINWING, Winwing, it's a Chinese company. But out of all of the different, flight stick type companies, I think that they're a great value. They're not as expensive as the Virpil stuff, and the quality is good. I like it. Tommy Tactics VR. And user 8908513237153 Steam. I don't know how to answer that question. I have the Steam version of Microsoft Flight Sim on PC, but you buy this add-on directly from the developer and download it, and then they get a license key, and they have an installer that puts it in the proper folder for you. Oh, we're almost there, guys. Almost to 44K. Means we got 16K to go after that. Well, 17, because we got to get over 16. But I have faith you guys can do it. Everybody that followed tonight, that's a new follower and hasn't been here yet to see one of these streams or see when we're doing the medevac missions, thank you for being here and thank you for following. Anybody that gifted us diamonds, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It takes a lot to, I'm playing a game, right? I'm playing a sim. And I would probably be doing this anyways, but the effort that you put into, having a discussion with chat and setting up the stream to be able to do all those, it takes time and effort, and it helps a lot when I see you guys come in and have good conversations and ask questions. I'm happy to share any of the stuff that I have gone through and figured out as far as information with you guys, so you guys can do this too. And you guys being here and gifting diamonds and following and sharing and all that stuff is it's super awesome, and I do appreciate it. Where is it that you can look up my specs again? So if you go to twitch.tv/Blue Echo, BLUEECKO, there should be a description in the panel with my current specs. So you'll see the video up top, and then if you scroll down where it's got all the info underneath, like who I am, my specs, one of those links will be for Discord. It's kind of like I have a Discord server. It's got different rooms where people can chat about different topics, and I have posts in there that have information that I've put up so that people can easily go and pull it up and reference it when they're looking at that. So, yeah. BLUEECKO, Blue Echo. And if you guys are tuning in on TikTok, CB in Vegas, thanks for the follow.
In Vegas.
Tommy Tactics, I see you in TikTok and Twitch. I appreciate it. If you guys are here watching on TikTok and you do know
Thanks
what
for
Twitch
the follow,
is and you have a
Tommy
Twitch account,
Tactics.
You guys get to see this in full screen if you come over to the Twitch channel. So, and Tommy, thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. So we are going to start our descent. We are 4 miles out from West Yellowstone. Sounds good, man. Alright, and disengage upper modes and take control of the helicopter. Wind is off of our right shoulder, so we're going to move out this way. And land into the wind. Here's West Yellowstone, and interestingly, there are no hospitals in West Yellowstone. I don't even know where the closest hospital is. That's why we don't fly medevac missions way out here. Have an hour and a half flight to the hospital. Hello. Sneak over here real quick. Nice. I haven't really flown over in the UK at all. I'm saving that for my world tour. We should probably do that. It would be kind of fun to do some like medevac stuff in UK. Yeah, but once you learn how to like find them and decode them and like understand how to read the map, and it's actually pretty sweet. So if we land next to this guy, I think our weight and balance window comes up. My headset just went black there for a second. Mr. Incognito, this is an Airbus H145. I'll show you the exterior once we land. Alright, skids down. Idle. Well, you can just fly via VFR. Just fly runway heading. Climb and maintain 2000. So this is the Airbus H145 by Hype Performance Group.
Here, we find the set.
We're doing
advertisements
firefighting missions tonight.
While disliked by many, their existence is vital to our natural world.
Okay, so it says the mission is done. So what we can do now is we can actually refuel. And we'll do that from this window. We've been burning through the fuel though. This is... We don't want to take full because then we get overweight when we pick up water. Does this make a difference for us? 5175. No. Only the Bambi bucket water stuff does. Yeah, it used to be the, Kawasaki BK1 something. And then Eurocopter. And now it's the Airbus variant of it. But this one's super cool. There's a lot of different equipment that you can put on here. Oh, does that actually drop weight? No. Okay. But we've got the external hook. Yeah, it is. You can set everything up, rotor downwash effects on or off, pilot automatic hide, head and body. rotor blur, cast shadow, fuel flow, IBF, ACAS, and HTOS. So you get all these different aircraft damage is on. Gameplay mode is set to realistic. Cyclic control is set to centering springs, and then we have our sensitivity set. Lets us adequately control the helicopter, and then you can change your crew and your payload. If we put a co-pilot in, he just sits there though. He doesn't do anything, so I leave him out. What are my specs? Ryzen 5900X, 64 gigs of RAM, RTX 4090, HP Reverb G2 headset, and then some M2 drives and SSDs and stuff for the other stuff. For flight controls, I have a Windwing Cyclic, a Virpil Collective, Virpil pedals, and then flying other stuff like jets. I have an F-18 throttle, and then if we're flying GA aircraft, I have a Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo that I use for that. Dude. Mr. Incognito just sent a game controller. I love those sounds. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And you guys are crushing it. 25,000 views. We've got almost 48,000 likes. We've got 276 new followers tonight. And you guys have gifted 706 diamonds. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second. I want to see if I can fix one thing quick. Just enjoy this nice view of the helicopter from the exterior. Turn it down just a little bit. We have 48,000. The counter's broke. It could be. I demand a recount. Start over. I'm going to open this mission file again and see if we can't find a different area. I'm going to actually shrink the zone a little bit. We'll move it in closer to West Yellowstone here, but I'm going to put it over a couple areas that have some streams and some smaller lakes, so it should give us some variety of where we fly to. Some marshy area with some streams and stuff like that. I'm going to save the changes here. We'll export that. And then just one more second while we do something. On TikTok, it says 48,600. Does it? You might be ahead of me a little bit. It's probably still counting all the likes that you just dropped. Seriously. I'm fixing one thing real quick. We're just watching the helicopter idle on the tarmac for 1 second while I check out something in the bot here. Is this a game? Yes. Carson, I just sent 3,000. You guys are sick. Maddie Low, I get it, dude. The problem is, I have 2 teenagers, and they they sometimes are just as expensive as the little ones, so will it show me when that one came in? Okay, that one's a comment. Okay, I found what I was looking for. Give me 2 seconds here. Actions. Gift. I gotta find... I'm gonna fix this because I want it to properly, like, tell me what it is that you guys did. Okay, Twitch message.
Thanks for the follow, SQG Valhalla.
SQG Valhalla, thank you. Give me 2 seconds and we'll be ready to go again. Parse.data.gift. We're just coding a little bit on the fly here. Doing some custom bot stuff. Parse dot data dot gift value. Just sent one gift name for this. Okay. We'll try that.
%pars.data.user %just sent, %pars.data.gift amount %pars.data.gift name %worth %pars.data.gift value %.
Perfect. Oh, we just have to wait and see. I'm curious to see what the AS-365 Dolphin looks like in this game. I would love to see what that looks like in this game, but there isn't one yet. So, unfortunately. Did this just go? Okay, I was gonna say, did this just go to sleep? That would be bad. Nice, dude. Are you an EMT or a medic? You can fly the Bell 222. Just gotta test something here. Carson Anderson.
Autopilot just sent 10 Roseworth 1.
Nice. Yeah, my brother was in the Marine Corps for 6 years. He's crazy. He's gonna go into he's going back into the Navy as a corpsman. Yeah, he got his medic 2 years ago now. He worked as an EMT for about 2 years, so it's cool. I've been a medic since 2001. Okay, I'm done messing around. Putting the headset back on and we're gonna fly. Pilot Nomar. Hang on one second. Carson, you gotta head out. You'll be back in the next stream. Be safe. Thanks, man. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out, chatting with us, asking questions and whatnot. All right. For those of you that were asking, is this on Flight Simulator? Yes, this is, hang on one second. This is Microsoft Flight Sim. And we're flying the okay. Yeah. So this is the Hype Performance Group, Airbus H145. And along with this mod, or along with this helicopter, you get the ability to do missions. We're flying the firefighting variant, so we have a Bambi bucket affixed to the bottom of the helicopter. And when I go in here, it's going to generate a mission for us. Let me see if it loaded the... Did it load the right mission? I actually don't think that it did. That's all right. We'll stick with that one. It's going to be a little bit of a flight down there because we need to go down past Old Faithful again. But just to give you guys an idea of what we're doing, we'll go back to flight mode. Guards are locked. Yeah, a lot of times they won't let you do that depending on the level of your disability though, so get myself back in the right spot. All right. So we're flying the H145 here. We are going to take off, get over to the taxiway, pretend that they gave us clearance to leave since we can't depart from the uncontrolled space. But once we get out here and enter the taxiway, we can go. So we are just flying out of West Yellowstone. We need to head down past that sucks. Well, hopefully you find a civilian opportunity that you can do that stuff, because I think you still have an opportunity to have a career in that field. You'll be able to find something that you can do that with. All right, we're going to engage heading mode. We'll continue to fly along this course until we hit our course line. Then we'll switch over to nav mode. We need to climb though. So I'm going to engage our altitude hold and start climbing. So I think we need to get up over 9 for the range of hills that we have in front of us. Continue our climb up to about 9,000, and then we'll engage our indicated airspeed hold and crank her up to 130 so we can fly over there. Dax, no. So I got to check this out tomorrow. Is this online? So, I missed a couple of those. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 on the PC. This helicopter is available from the dev, the third-party developer called Hype Performance Group. So if you have Microsoft Flight Sim on PC, you can download this mod and then, I don't know, we're usually streaming on Twitch and TikTok multiple nights a week. It just depends on my schedule. But we fly medevac and firefighting missions in this one, or we'll jump into a different helicopter and fly around and do some stuff. But really enjoy flying around and doing VR. So that's what we be doing. All right, we made it to 9,000. We are just about on course for our course line here. I'm going to engage nav mode, and she will take over. Not all of them, but this one is. All the systems that you see here. So, you know, decision altitude, decision height, you can program these. You can adjust your barometer if you need to. The different nav modes and stuff like that. You can do ILS approaches. You can program waypoints into the GTN 750, build a flight plan and follow it. You can look at your terrain warning system here. You can see traffic. That's crazy. I'm glad that you're healthy now. relatively speaking. I mean, you're here with us chatting, so that's a good thing. Yeah, but as far as the rest of the systems, not all of the helicopters have like autopilot and stuff. But this one in particular does have all of these systems simulated, and you can do hoist operations for the medevac stuff. The hoist on the outside, it'll actually lower your crew down when you're doing medevac stuff. You can do like mountain rescue, lower them down to, if there was a clearing and there was a campsite with an injured person, that might be a scenario where you don't have enough room to actually land there, but you can hover over the treetops and lower your crew down, 100 feet, 150 feet down to the ground, and they can package the patient up, and then you'll lift them out and fly them to the hospital. Or in this case, like we're going up here to put out that fire, so we'll be able to stop and pick up water in the lakes and streams around it. Do Bambi bucket drops to put that one out. What else? This one's got altitude hold, nav system locks into that. You got indicated airspeed hold. And then when these are called the upper modes, when the upper modes are disengaged, the helicopter will still have kind of what it's considered like a forced trim type of situation, the automated flight control system. So you can pull trim release and you have full control of the helicopter, your inputs and stuff like that. But then when you get yourself on a, say whatever attitude and heading that you want to be flying, you can release it and it kind of holds them in place. So like I've been hands off of the cyclic and the collective since we took off and I got onto this course line. It's kind of nice because you don't have to constantly make adjustments and hand fly it. It's got some of the autopilot type stuff. Sounds like you might want to go get that stuff looked at. Dax, the mission that we're doing currently is wildfire. Yeah, Sacto guy, that is a fire. We're gonna go put it out. How are we doing progress-wise, you guys? 716 diamonds. 288 new followers tonight. 53,800 likes. We're trying to get over 60,000 likes tonight. You guys are doing awesome. Appreciate everybody that's following, that's sharing the stream, that's hitting that like button. Anybody that's gifted tonight, thank you as well. If you guys are hanging out on TikTok, just know that we're also live on Twitch. You get the same, well, you get a little bit better experience actually. It's a widescreen view and a little higher resolution. Yeah, we got a Bambi bucket underneath our helicopter here. Let me show you. It's a small one, but it's mine. So we're about 5 minutes from that location. Should probably look at the map here and see what's close by. If we can pick out some potential pickup sites for our... So we should have a stream close here. We'll have to fly over that and see what it looks like. The Lewis River. I've been to Lewis Lake. we're gonna pick up some water from there, I'm sure. But on the way over, we will probably stop right here and grab some Beardy McWhiskey.
Thanks for the follow.
I love your
Beardy
username.
McWhiskey.
After trying to figure out why Half-Life wasn't working, it's because you put the refresh rate as high as possible. Yeah, that probably has an effect on the performance of your system. Especially if you're having texture issues. If it can't render it in, you're kind of screwed. Kind of Twitch badge does he have? Sacto guy, I don't know what you're asking. Are you talking like AI situation? Or are you talking like interagency? Are you talking wildfire speak? Or are you talking... I can never make assumptions about what people are asking when they come in here. Initial attack. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's Microsoft Flight Sim. They've got some scenarios and some missions that you can build. It's kind of like the medevac stuff. People come in and they're like, oh, well, wouldn't really do that or land there. And it's like, yeah, you're right. In real life, you probably wouldn't. But considering the confines of the sim, what it has available for it for functionality, I think these guys have done a phenomenal job of giving us little scenarios and things that we can do. So we are pretending that this little fire broke out, and we're going to go get a quick knockdown on it before it grows to be any bigger and endangers Yellowstone National Park. Plus, it's just fun to fly the helicopter around and do Bambi bucket drops. We're going to get you 60K likes and then some. I love it. It's crazy how much... What happened? Oh, there we go. Little hiccup. Yeah, we're at like 55,000, almost 56,000. I appreciate that, you guys.
Here, we find a set of Twitch advertisements in their natural environment. While
How do I know I got
many,
water?
their
It's a
existence
great
is
question,
vital to our natural
Texas.
world.
So on the tablet here, it actually shows you on the top left corner that little blue icon with the white water droplet. Because it's blue, it means we've got water. So as I fly over here, and we'll try and pick a course that drags this right over the top of it, and I'll switch to the external view so you guys can see what this looks like. But when I drop, that will change to like transparent or just all white or something like that. When you're hovering over the water, it gives you a visual indication that the bucket is down at the water level filling up when it turns to yellow. And then as you climb out of the water source, it's blue, and that means that you've picked it up. McGinger, I don't know. Not too much longer, but we're having fun. We got to get over 60K, so depends how fast you can click. I do have to go to bed in a little bit, but we're going to continue and do a couple. We'll see how good of a pass we can get on this. Do you lose any on the way? I mean, no. It's a sim. But it's kind of cool what the developer that made this is trying to do with the sim. They took the 747 and they created a mod for that turns it into the super tanker, so you can actually fly the 747. And there's a couple ways you can do it. You can fly the King Air, like the bird dog, and turn on your smoke where you want them to come and drop their line. And then an AI 747 will fly in and drop fire retardant or water along where you indicated. Or you can fly the 747 and like actually do your fire retardant drops and stuff.
Lori LM just sent
geez.
1 rose.
Lori, thanks for the rose. See, I fixed it, you guys. Aren't you proud of me? Now I've got it announcing it and showing me in the chat, so I don't have to lift the headset up and look. I'm probably the smartest person that I know. I don't know if that says a lot, but I'm actually just lucky. And I found some good people. We're going to start our drop here because we're a little bit higher. And I was going to show you guys that one, but I'll show you on the next pass because I was distracted. Being kind of obnoxious. What aircraft am I in? This is the Airbus H145 helicopter. And we'll have to see if we can get down to the Lewis River here and pick up some water without flying all the way back. We need a little clearing. I think we're good here, actually. No, you know what? We're not. So you remember when I was saying Microsoft needs to see that as water? This section right here is not a water source. It's just the texture. Up here, it looks like that's water though. So we're gonna fly up to this next clearing. I don't think we'd be able to pick up out of that one. But this one you can see the water moving on the top of the surface, so it recognizes that. So for those of you that were asking, as we dunk down in the water here, see this icon in front of me on the tablet on the top left turn yellow, like that. That means our bucket is down submerged in the water. And now as we add collective, begin to climb out, it's blue, so it means we picked up some water. Continue climbing out. Circle back and see if we can't show you guys the exterior view when we fly over this. Do an altitude hold and heading hold. Alright, let's see if we can do this right now. Switch to exterior view, spin around. Drop. More cowbell Cody. McGinger, can you feel the difference in weight when you have get through all these. How do you drop it in the game? There's a hotkey that you can trigger. You can hit. It's just the trigger button is what I have it bound to. Let's dive down here. See if there's another section of that stream that we can get into. Did we hit 60K? God damn, you guys, we did it. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. We have been doing absolutely fantastic on TikTok with views and likes and everything. So apparently I'm doing something right and you guys enjoy this. Either that or you're just easily conned into clicking the like button for me to make me feel better about myself. I'm not complaining either way because it's working. So hopefully it's the latter of the two and you guys actually like this shit because I have a blast doing it. It's a ton of fun and I like sharing this with people because a lot of people don't know that you can actually do this. Do we actually have water here, or is that just the ground? I have to see. Yeah,
Brian Arxendine 157 just sent 1 rose.
Brian, thanks for that rose, man. Let's see if this actually works. I don't think Microsoft sees this as water, which is stupid because it's the Lewis River. But we'll try it. Oh yeah, I did. Good. All right, we're climbing up. But we are heavy. See if we can't get ourselves a little forward momentum to help with that lift. It doesn't like just trying to climb straight up with all that extra weight. I mean, we're at 6,600 pounds, which is close to our max takeoff weight, so doesn't like it a lot, but that's why I left all those fat asses back at the airport, because the crew just adds to the weight of the helicopter. And fuel, we've got an hour and 40 minutes of fuel, so we're still lean on that. Dak says I need some help. My fingers are getting tired. Texas, yeah, we'll do another shot where you can see the bucket. Or were you saying when I was filling it up? I can show you next time we fill up if that's what you're asking. It's kind of just, it dips into the water and disappears, but I'll let you see it. Is that a tomato? What? Is there a way you can get the weather radar to work? Hang on. I think we're on a good track here. Shit. Starting to drop. I don't know if that was that good. I think we got the edge of it. Yeah, when you fill up, yes, please, yes. Brian Oxendine, I'm an ex-firefighter. That's awesome. Thanks for doing that. I am currently one. It's an amazing profession. Somebody asked, is that a tomato? What are you talking about? Ralph, I don't know what you're talking about. Is this VR? Yes, Carson, this is VR. Somebody asked about how you get the weather to work in the H145. So I don't know that it works. I haven't used the PMS 750 very much. I used it when I first got this, and then I upgraded to the TDS 750. And I've been testing between the two of them to see which one I like better and which one gives me a better performance, because I have a sneaking suspicion that the TDS 750 was causing some of my frame rate drops, but we're testing between the two. I do not have the premium version of this one, so I don't know if the premium one works with weather or not, but in the actual aircraft on this screen, so there's two different maps. There's a D map and a... Let's see. Hang on 1 second. Hold that thought for 1 second. Let's see if I can get myself kind of stopped here. Okay. I think we can do this without crashing. Maybe. Maybe not. This is how I got in trouble the other night, because I tried to do this, and I'm not good at flying from exterior views. So, whoever asked for this, I hope we don't crash because of it. But the bucket just kind of disappears into the water. And then when you add collective, it comes out and it weighs a hell of a lot more and it's full of water. Okay, now that we did that, somebody was asking about the weather. In the center console here, one of these right here is weather, where it says fail, standby, test, and on. This will now show you weather on this map. And the map that I have up is the NavD map, but I think it also shows on the D map here as well, if you turn on weather. So it will show you your oh, I guess it doesn't show on that one. You have to be on the NavD map. Am I playing on PC? Yes. Oh, did somebody... Okay, I think I just figured it out. Texas B, I think you're right. He was asking, is that a tornado? No, that's a wildfire. That's a smoke plume. If that was a tornado, it would be a lot stormier and I would not be flying this next to it. All right, starting our drop right here. Score 195. That was a good one. I think I'd learned to turn counterclockwise after doing this like 5 times in a row. Flying back over the course that we just came from. But I think we're making a little progress. Gonna check and see how we were doing. You guys did phenomenal tonight. 304 new followers so far, 718 diamonds. Sick. And what are we at? Almost 64,000 likes, you guys. It's insane. Thank you. And all the shares and all the new follows. It. Our follows and the people that have come in and watched the streams and shared have just skyrocketed in the last week and a half. How long does it take to put out a fire? It depends how you set up the mission. You can choose between like small, medium, large, and huge. And essentially what the difference is just how many of the small fires it links together in that same area. So I think I have this one set up to be huge, but this is just that pocket of fire is considered the huge size, but you can set up a mission to spawn a series of those all together. So I could have 5 or 6. I could do like 20 little circles with huge fires in them, and put them all on the map and say, spawn me a huge fire somewhere within this circle on mission start. And so you could set up a long, an even bigger fire that took you hours and hours and hours to put out. I think each of these has been about an hour flying, because if you have good drops and you make good progress, you're going to put it out quickly. But I tend to get distracted talking to you guys, and I'm not always lining up my drops exactly the way that I should be. But you could do a bunch of little fires and sprinkle a few of them in an area so it's not all concentrated in one spot. Dave, that's a very astute observation. Considering that it's Microsoft Flight Simulator and I can set the time of day to whatever time I want, I made the decision to set it to daylight so you guys could see the scenery and what we're doing instead of just flying at night. I could show you the difference since it's a simulator and give you an idea of what it looks like at night. I'm thinking you guys would prefer that we fly during the daytime. Just a thought. But now we're probably going to hit the terrain. No. Darkness. Hello, darkness, my friend. It's going to be a bad one because I wasn't paying attention. I'm not even going to drop. We're just going to fly right past it. I never understood that. Like, I mean, I guess it's a compliment to the graphics and the setup and playing in VR and what it looks like, but I don't understand how people are like, well, this is totally fake. And it's like, well, we're in the gaming section and it says it's Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm not trying to convince someone that it's not. I don't understand that. Maybe it looks that good.
Thanks for the follow. Mickey_Mouse_VR170.
Mickey Mouse VR, thanks for the follow. Scotty K, no, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. So it's the original, the same Microsoft Flight Sim that's been out for 3 years now. Yeah, DLC. That's a good way of putting it. So this is the Airbus H145 helicopter from Hype Performance Group, and this add-on to Microsoft Flight Sim is paid. It's a payware add-on, so you have to buy the H145 aircraft, like a lot of the third-party developed aircraft. But then, not only do you get the H145 with that, but you can also purchase their Action Pack add-on, which unlocks it's actually like 5 different variants. It unlocks the cargo functionality, so you can do cargo drops, pickups, drops, and stuff like that. So you can have a civilian cargo variant, a military cargo variant, an offshore cargo variant, like working off of oil derricks and stuff like that out in the ocean. You can do firefighting like we're doing right now, or you can do medevac. And there's a mission system that's in the tablet that's included here where you can generate different tasks or missions to do. And then you also have a mission builder or a mission generator. So in this case, we're doing a firefighting mission in Yellowstone Park. And I have it set up that when we say start a new mission using the one that I configured here, it will pick a location somewhere in the park and generate a wildfire for us to go fly and extinguish. And then you can, the new one's coming next year. Which VR goggles do I have? HP Reverb G2. Scotty K, the aircraft, this helicopter is the Airbus H145, and it's available for PC Microsoft Flight Sim at hypeperformancegroup.com. I think the base pack is on sale for $35, and the DLC, or the action pack add-on, is another $35. But the amount of hours and time enjoyment that I've gotten out of it, the action pack really adds to it really adds to it, especially when you look at some of the basic airplanes that some of the devs release are $30 to $50, $30 to $40. This one you're kind of getting like 7 or 8 different variants of the helicopter along with the mission system, and in my opinion this is the best helicopter in the game right now. I have a few friends that would say the Alouette by Tog is probably the best, but we'll see. He's working on a Huey, and that may be the best helicopter in the game when he releases it, but for now this one's my all-time favorite. They've done a phenomenal job simulating the fully functional automated flight control system, the navigation, the autopilot type stuff, and the assists. Dax, I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks for being here. Like I said, it means a lot for you guys to be here, and I hope you go get an ice pack for your finger with all those likes that you dropped earlier. I appreciate it. 65,000, almost 66,000 likes, you guys. It's crazy. Appreciate you guys all being here, dropping the follows, dropping the shares, liking, gifting diamonds. It's been a good stream. I love it. I like streaming on Twitch, and TikTok has added a whole nother, it's like a whole new game, a whole nother level to it, because the visibility that you get, especially like later at night here, I don't think we've dropped below 150 viewers since I went live, and that's been pretty consistent. At one point I think we were up over 500-600 at one time, so makes it worthwhile. Maddie Lowe, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to actually probably wrap it up pretty soon here, too, so you're not going to be missing out on too much, but say when I drop, I will show you. We can go to the exterior view. As long as I get us lined up and I have the kind of the force trim system, you know, lined up and ready to go, I can show you guys when we're gonna, I can switch to the exterior view. Nice. Have a good one, Captain Hawkeye's Hangar. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Come back next time. Captain Hawkeyes, if you have Discord, jump into my Discord server, and under general there's a VR system specs something. It's like right at the top of the category. I've got some write-ups on what I was running for MSFS settings, and it's a decent starting point. You can go down, like if I have high, you can start with that, or you can go down to medium, but go check that out because it helped me to have a baseline to start from. And then there's some links to a couple different tools that you can install if you're trying to set up an HP Reverb G2, because there's a couple extra tools like OpenXR Toolkit that you can run. It's compatible with this, and that's how you can do some stuff like setting up super sampling, or actually rendering the in headset at a higher resolution. It actually helps with clarity and performance too. So if you can, go check that out because it might help you with what you're trying to do. And oh shit, I'm sorry, I forgot. I was gonna show you guys the drop. Yeah, we didn't catch the water when it... We'll do one more for sure, since I fucked that up when I was yapping.
Here, we find a set of Twitch advertisements in their natural environment. While disliked by many, their existence is vital to our natural world.
Yeah, we'll do it on this next one. I screwed up. I was so focused on trying to look and see if that little patch of fire was actually obscured by those trees right there. I wasn't flying directly over the smoke, and then I forgot I was going to switch views. But we'll do that. We're going to go in and grab some water, and I will show you the exterior view. See if I can... Maybe we can set the view up now, so I can just switch to it. If we do something like this, you should be able to see the drop and see it hit. So we'll try and do that. So when we hit the exterior view button, it's set up just like that to show you the water coming out. And yeah, just trying to time it so that the water, you can actually see like the water plume come out of the bucket, but the goal is to get the water plume to drop onto the flames down on the ground. Alright, Twitch, you guys should be back now from the ad break, so sorry about that. Yeah, usually you'll find some flames right at the edge of the smoke because it does actually flow with the wind, but sometimes you can reach out ahead of it and get a drop like this last one that we just did. Like that drop was in a little bit different spot. Oh, I bet you a ton. Although that actually still has an effect on it. Because the steam will actually suck some of that heat right out of it, but I use a WinWing flight stick and throttle for like the F-18 and the F-16. The WinWing flight stick I use is the cyclic, and then I have a Virpil collective. So it's a Virpil collective without the throttle twist on it, because you don't really need that. Okay, let's see if we can switch to the exterior view here. Hopefully we hit something. I'm gonna start the drop. And we completely fucking whiffed. Well, maybe not. Oh, we still got 27. I think there's just one more strip for us to hit. Do fish give you... No, but it gives you lunch. You go back and you pick the fish up after. And they're already cooked for you, so... I mean, we're making progress on that. It's... I think we got one good drop left. And if that's the case, I think we'll finish that up and then finish up our chat. Alright, let's see if we can get our ass moving here. I don't want to over torque the she's angry at me. She's trying to yell at me for pulling back too far on that. It's funny because some of the other helicopters you put in quite a bit of collective, and this thing doesn't like anything over about 70%. The other helicopters, some of them just aren't modeled like that, where they don't really care. Rotor RPM is low. She didn't like that either. Took too much collective out. She's trying to warn us that we're about to VRS. Aren't generating enough lift for what we're doing. But it's amazing how well they've done with the different systems in this helicopter to make it. I've heard from people who actually fly the EC-145 or the H145 that a lot of this is accurate. As far as the handling and their performance and stuff. Seems like a long trip. Sometimes. I've had a couple missions, and actually they were here when I had this before I tweaked it. When we flew out of West Yellowstone, I was trying to set it up so that the fire would be in the park, and for some reason it was picking a random location up in the mountains that are to the west of West Yellowstone, so completely outside of the park. And it was a pain in the ass because there was no water anywhere close to it. Oh shit, that last drop extinguished the fire. Lisa Farley. It's a sim. So it's saying return to base. So since we don't have to aim at anything, I'll show you guys that exterior view again. We'll see if we can't get a good exterior view of what it looks like. I can't zoom out any farther, but when we pull the release here, you can see it drains the water from the bucket. Hits the ground. I think they've done a pretty good job with modeling that. What's up, Vex? How you doing, man? We're doing another Twitch and TikTok stream. It's been absolutely insane tonight. Let me throw our nav mode on, throw our altitude hold on, and then we'll kick on the indicated airspeed hold. Yeah, the old bot's doing well. She's yeah, we got 272 TikTok viewers right now. 67,203 likes. It's insane. Somebody said, you have extra water, drop it in the parking lot. Or there. I didn't see that, sorry. Yeah, the likes on the stream tonight have been absolutely off the chain. We streamed about 3 hours of medevac flights the other night, and we got to like 59,000 or right at 60,000. These guys crushed that. So we're doing awesome. Everybody in TikTok, if you can't, well, you guys probably can't hear him or see him. I hear him in my ear because he's in the TikTok, or he's in the Twitch chat. But he says, hello, TikTok people. One thing that I wish TikTok had was the ability to do cross-platform messages. That's something that we don't have right now, and it really pains me because we get a lot of the same questions.
Brett Curtin just sent 1 rose.
Brett, thanks for the rose, man. We get a lot of questions about, like, what are you flying? What is this? How do you get missions in there? Where can I find this? Is this for PC or Xbox? And I would love to have a command that posts in the TikTok chat that says, this is the Hype Performance Group H145, available on PC for Microsoft Flight Sim. And you can find it at their website. And we're streaming on TikTok, and we're streaming on Twitch, and these are my socials, and like all that stuff I want to be able to put into the TikTok chat. But unfortunately for you guys, you have to listen to my voice tell you those things over and over. But we've been having a blast doing this. It's been amazing. It's been awesome. Where we is over Yellowstone National Park. Let me see where we're at. I might be able to show you Old Faithful. Yeah, we'll change our course a little bit. Let me go over to heading mode. and adjust our course. We'll fly over Old Faithful on our way back to West Yellowstone. Thanks, Vex. Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out, stopping by. Appreciate you. Deathhawk, this is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I don't know. I think I'm on West USA server and we're flying over Yellowstone National Park right now. I think I have online multiplayer data on. But we'll see if we can't fly over the Old Faithful geyser down here. We'll fly over the ranger station. Heli collectives look difficult to connect. It's just a USB, but setting up all of your Pack God's Father. It's twitch.tv/Blue Echo ECKO. And we're live there right now. So if you go over there and you find this playing on that in widescreen, you know you're in the right place. Well, I'll see you then. Right? If you spawn in down here, I should. Right on Black Hills. No. That's a good idea though. That would be a fun one to go fly around. There's not much vegetation. I mean, there's vegetation in the Black Hills, but the really like awesome spots to go fly around is like the Lisa, how long have I done this? Like, how long have I been flying Microsoft Flight Sim and like streaming and stuff like that? I don't know, like a couple of years. Slow ourselves down. Take you guys over to Faithful. Yeah. Do you have a few minutes? I can show you a couple tricks there. Yeah, let me, well, first of all, let me figure out where the hell we are. We're in Yellowstone. This is Old Faithful Geyser. My frames are just getting crushed right now. What's going on? Something is causing us to have a little bit of lag here. Hopefully it stabilizes itself. But if you guys have been to Yellowstone, I mean, you may have seen me because I'm south of Idaho. Just depends how far it picked up my name tag. But if you guys have ever been here, here's Old Faithful Geyser. Is this real or simulation? Simulation. I don't have the code for it. We're at Soda Springs. West Yellowstone is the closest airport. That's where I'm heading. But I don't know the code for it. Let's see if I can grab that quick. A couple questions just came in. MSF Flight Sim, yes. KWYS is the nearest, and I am southeast of that. The old VR headset just went black, so I can't see anything. When it comes back here, there we go. Close that map out. Hopefully we can get back. I'm 17 miles southeast of KWYS. Yeah, it's super fun.
Thanks
Coda,
for the
thanks
follow.
for the follow.
Coda 2341 haha.
I beat you. I beat the bot. Let's hold at 8600 here. Crank our speed up. And then I think we can turn the app mode back on. She'll turn into it now, but yeah, Ian, no, this is Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, KWYS, West Yellowstone Airport. Jeanette, I was here a few years ago and it was absolutely amazing. We went to Glacier, spent a week up there, then with a huge group of friends at this awesome VRBO right on this little stream or this little river, about 40 minutes from the national park. But we went up there a bunch of days and then tooled around Montana, did a couple different fun activities, went whitewater rafting, and then we split at the end of that week with our friends, and my family and I came down to Yellowstone, stayed for 2 or 3 days here, and then we went to Grand Teton and spent a couple days there. So it's like a 2-week trip, roughly, and we got to see all of this stuff. It was amazing. I need some more altitude. It was super fun. Can you teach yourself to fly a real one? Not well. You could probably teach yourself like the checklists and how to program some of the computers because they're pretty accurate, but it's flying, even with a set of realistic controls, give you some of the knowledge, but it's not directly. It's like, I fly a 747 in Microsoft Flight Sim. I could land the plane if we needed to. Well, maybe. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but simulators have a function and purpose in training, but I don't think for a minute that this somehow affords me the knowledge and skill to be able to jump into a real helicopter. I have heard, though, from a couple people who have taken sim flight with realistic type controls and been able to use their knowledge of how the coordination between, like when you take off in a helicopter, depending on which way the rotor spins, you have to apply counter force to keep the helicopter from just spinning in a circle. So you need to apply a pedal in the opposite direction of what it's trying to spin. In this particular helicopter, when this rotor spins, it tries to spin us, and I need to apply left pedal to take off and land. We'll see that when I come in to land here. So the concept is there, and people who have done simulator training understand the relationship between those two. Happy birthday, Coda. Have a great night. Can I see any elk? No. There's not really any... In these areas, there's not really any wildlife that have been added in. Except if you're flying a Chinook. Well, yes. Dual rotor helicopters behave a little bit different, yes. But in particular, I know of one person who went to flight school to start learning rotorcraft, and their instructor was like, Most people take about 15 to 20 hours of practice to get this coordination part down, and you just did it in like 5. What gives? So I think there's a place for it, but not to the extent that some people want you to believe. Would I get on a flight with me? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I would. But that's me. I wouldn't entrust other people's lives to me. So we are 2 minutes out from the airport. We're about 5.2 miles away. It's actually right over there past that patch of trees. There's a little white building before you get to that dark patch of grass, and that's the actual airstrip. So I'm going to disengage nav mode, switch over to heading mode, and I'm actually going to start turning this direction. We'll fly down this way, we'll catch the runway and land into the wind like a normal person would. You rode in a, like in a life flight helicopter? So you had CHF? It's crazy. I'm glad you're here talking to us right now. That's, can be scary. You're sorry for being a pain? Why are you being a pain? Could I have touched down in Yellowstone? I mean, we refueled at the Yellowstone Ranger Station. Alright, I'm going to disengage upper modes. We will start our slow. And we will start our descent. Come this way. What's the glow on the tip of the blades? They're painted blades, so you can actually see. I'll show you when we shut the helicopter down. You just finished 4 hours of ARMA medevacs. MS Flight Sim can help you learn how to use VOR beacons, aircraft GPS checklists, and a few other things. Yeah, for sure. I was talking to a CFI about that recently. There's the stuff you need to experience and the stuff that's very hard to simulate, like the shuddering, the feel of the aircraft when you're approaching stall. You can understand concepts like when you're banking in a Cessna to turn, you need to apply some rudder into the bank and you need to put some back tension on it, otherwise the nose is going to have a tendency to dip down towards the ground. And those things you can visually see, but there's a lot of stuff that you have to learn by feel, and sensation wise you actually pick up on that is impossible to simulate unless you have a very advanced simulator system that has like force feedback controls. And I mean, I suppose there's like 6 degree, like the 6 DOF, 6 degrees of freedom or movement or whatever, chairs and the rattlers and shakers and stuff like that you could do. But yeah, like doing flight planning, learning how to operate the electronics, learning how to tune ILS approaches and follow those. There's a lot of instrument type stuff that you can get awesome practice with, because you can actually use the Garmin trainers to do those things that you would have to eat up time in an actual aircraft flying. so you can actually save yourself some money that way, because when you have to go demonstrate your knowledge and ability, you're not learning how to do it in the 2 or 3 hours that you're flying a plane, burning gas. And Joey, not yet. Someday. I'm gonna start with planes, I think, and then we'll see. Depends. If I can turn this TikTok and Twitch thing into a way to fund that, then it might be possible. But I can tell you, if you've ever looked at flight lessons, getting your private pilot's license, getting your commercial, getting your certified flight instructor, GA aircraft are one thing, rotorcraft is a whole nother. It's so expensive. The rental time on helicopters is just insane. So a lot of people would say, go get your private pilot's license and then do the rotorcraft add-on stuff after. All right, let's go to idle. Let me show you the exterior. Those are just painted tips. You can kind of see it's just how it renders in the sim. In real life, you probably wouldn't be able to see that, but how the graphics are and everything. What is that plane? Who did that? I leave my nameplates turned off unless I've already flown with you. And sometimes I keep them hidden. For some reason, this headset's just like, ooh. Oh, did I... Deathhawk, is that you? Why wasn't it showing your nameplate? Yeah. What did we just had something happen on the stream. What was that notification?
Here, we find a set of Twitch advertisements, and then
Oh, the ad break was coming up. That's why.
Their existence is vital to our natural world.
Does the simulator make you feel like you're in a real helicopter? I mean, visually, when you're flying in VR, yes. But when you're sitting at a desk doing it, no. All right, Deathhawk, I hate to do this to you, but we're going to start wrapping this stuff up. Let me go in here real quick and we'll shut everything down. All right, so engines are shutting down. We can turn off the radio and the weathers. Lights can come off. Emergency exit signs can be extinguished. Transfer pumps can go off. Avionics 1 and 2. I knew it was going to do that. We'll come back in and finish this. Why did it do that? Yeah, I'm in VR. Okay. Let's see. DC receptacles, LAVCS is off. Cargo hook can be off and disconnected. These are good. Standby batteries off. I think that's everything. I have a cricket infestation. Turn the battery down here. Show you guys the exterior one more time, but somebody was asking about those. See, the tips are painted yellow. That's what you were seeing. All right, TikTok and Twitch. Let's do, let's do this. Thanks, man. Oh, I was going to show you that thing. Okay. So in this tablet, let's see if I can get us zoomed in here. It won't. In the tablet, hang on. Let's do this. There we go. In this tablet, in the mission system, in the mission library, when you load a new mission in there, you need to hit refresh index. But part of the loading, I'm going to switch to another screen and show you how you get them in this list in here. Once you load it, you have to hit that refresh index button. So let's do this. TikTok, thanks you guys. We had 33,000 views tonight, 337 new followers, 719 diamonds from 15 different gifters, and 68,803 likes. That's amazing. We have big shoes to fill next stream. I appreciate all you guys being here. I'm going to end the TikTok stream and we will see you guys next time. If you were hanging out, lurking, and you haven't hit the follow button yet, make sure you hit follow and come catch me on the next one. I'm happy to answer all your questions that you guys have. Tony, I use a Winwing flight stick, a Virpil Collective, and Virpil pedals, and then the HP Reverb G2. So appreciate all the new follows and everything. Check out the channel and drop me a follow. And come back next time. I'd love to have you guys back to ask more questions. And I will see
Thanks
you guys
for the follow.
soon.
JBL_legacy.
And Aussie, don't go anywhere yet because I'm going to show you the other thing. I just need to switch scenes.
Thanks for the follow. Gringo3x_.
Gringo, thanks for the follow. JBL, thanks for the follow. Let me switch scenes here. Display 1, properties. Right on. Thanks, Gringo. Okay, so let's get this up here. So, can you see this screen? Am I doing the right thing now? Do I have it up there? So this is the HPG. Great. So, indexed missions. When you download a mission, so like the HPG, there's a random and everywhere one that's available on flightsim.to. When you download that and you put it in your community folder, you need to come in here and click update, and it will reload that list. I've got some custom ones that I've done, but then let me show you this. So when I go into the mission editor, what I do, this is the Bambi bucket operations one that we were just running. When I'm done with this, I'll save the mission, and then I export it for MSFS, and I find the community Airbus H145 HPG mission firefighters folder, and I will save it in here as well. Then once I save this, it'll say like, oh, it already exists. Are you sure you want to overwrite it? I didn't give it a name. Once this is saved, when I did export for MSFS, when you come back here and you're on that main screen, I hit update, and then you should see it listed in the HPG missions firefighter if you saved a new one out with your name in here. After that's done, that's updated. As long as you don't change anything in this list, this index of missions, as long as you don't change anything, the next time you load into the sim and you hit refresh index, it'll show up in that list there. Make sense? Yeah, it happens. I had the same problem when I first did it too. So, all right, Twitch, we are going to raid New Skies because he is the only. Yeah, you got to hit that update button in the mission editor. We're going to raid New Skies. I think he's flying an airliner, but he's super cool. He's very chill. He always stops by and says hi. And we'll send a raid over there to see him. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for all the new follows tonight. We had a lot. I don't know if the credits are going to work. Beardy McWhiskey, CB in Vegas, Chase Dubs, Gringo, Jade Medic, JBL, Coda, Lucid, Mickey Mouse VR, Mix Skip, Pop Polish, Ryan Griggs. That was everybody. You guys have a great night. I'll see you again soon.